Oh. Oh. Sorry. I was gonna wait till the music to end. Hi. Hello, my fellow good friends, my fellow kind sir, kind ma'am. How's you doing? Well, yeah, I yesterday I was very exhausted after I finally finished my schedule chart, and I just collapsed. I sleep. I sleep like a dead person, and I wasn't expecting that I will sleep this tight. I will sleep this dead. And cause at the time I wasn't realize that when I realized I made a few mistakes. Oh no, a very huge mistake on my schedule chart. Cause it says that you see, I arranged my reading stream on the October 16th, and around 1 a.m. in Taiwan Standard Time, and then I didn't realize something, that the moment I wrote down this time is based on my brain. It's based on my mindset, and my mindset says that 16th 1 a.m. Taiwan Standard Time, yeah, right? And in my mindset it goes like oh, it will be the 16th, it will be the time after past midnight. It will be 1 a.m. past midnight on the October 16th. But then I realized, wait, if it's past midnight, then wouldn't it mean 1 o'clock in the morning on October 17th? Yeah, you know what I mean? and then, so basically, I just missed my very first stream that I have arranging and announced it publicly. Oh god, the pain. Oh my Satan. But we're cool. Yeah, cause it's Saturday. It's for most people, for most viewer that I have right now, is Saturday over there, right? Nervous happy. So I hope my volumes are okay. I hope it wouldn't be too loud, wouldn't be too small. And today I want to do a quiet, calm reading stream. And today the novel we're going to read are The Fallen. As in the fallen angel and their love stories. Oh, cool. Yeah, nice to see that. Nice to hear that. I see that the chat is a little bit delayed for me to see, but I guess it's okay as long as I anyway. Now I'm gonna have some calming, soothing. Oh my god, the traffic outside is crazy. I'm gonna have some soothing raining sounds at the background. There. How does it? Well, is it? I can't hear it, so is it okay? The volume? Will the raining sounds volume too big or too small? Yeah. Okay. So let's go. Okay, from start. Okay. Wait, is this initial or something? Or no. Initial is not the word. Okay, from first from page 1. But paradise is locked and bolted. We must make a journey around the world to see if a back door has perhaps been left open. From Heinrich von Kleist on the Pulpit Theatre. In the beginning. Helston, England, September 1854. Around midnight, her eyes at last took shape. The look in them was feline, half determined and half tentative. Oh, trouble. Yes, they were just right. Those eyes rising up to her fine, elegant brow. Inches from the dark cascade of her hair. I'm gonna pull the microphone closer to me, and I'm gonna just try to whisper as much as I can. So this is going to be a type of a semi ASMR reading stream. Tell me anytime if volume is bothering you guys. Okay, so he held the paper at arm's length to assess his progress. It was hard, working without her in front of him, but then he never could sketch in her presence. Since he had arrived from London, no, since he had first seen her, he had to be careful always to keep her at a distance. Wait, I need to grab something to prevent the voices from outside my window, cause I live next to a street. There's crazy traffic, so yeah, I hate the cars. Oh my god, the motorcycle. The only problem for me is that if I have this on me, if I have this on my desk, and then I couldn't really see the screen very clearly. So anyway, okay, where was I? Okay, oh no. Okay, keep going. Every day now she approached him, and every day was more difficult than the one before. It was why he was leaving in the morning for India, for the Americas. He didn't know or care wherever he ended up, it would be easier than being here. He leaned over the drowning again, sighing as he used the thumb to perfect the smudged charcoal pout of her full bottom lip. This lifeless paper, cruel impostor, was the only way to take her with him. Then, straightening up in the leather library chair, he felt it, that brush of the warmth on the back of his neck. Her mere proximity gave him the most peculiar sensation, like the kind of heat sent out when a log shatters to ash in a fire. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. In a fire. He knew without turning around she was there. He covered her likeness on the bound papers in his lap. God, I wish I have a more better reading skills. Where was I? Okay. He covered her likeness on the bound papers in his lap, but he could not escape her. His eyes fell on the ivory upholstered satin. If I'm kind of like this, I might need a Google Translator around me, and I have to type in every word that I don't know how to pronounce, like every 5 seconds. Oh, thanks, Wolfie. I haven't asked you how's your day. Are you fine? Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. How's your day? How's your day? You're doing fine? I hope you're doing fine. It's been a long time we talked. Well, then. Oh no. At least your day was good. I mean, tests are, education are also important as well, but in the end, it was the skill that you learn from your life matters. So yeah, you keep going, my friend. You keep going. You keep do you, my friend. It will be fine. I don't have a real boba. I only have a, what's this? A black tea. I only have a black tea on my table. I want a real boba. No. I just need a black tea. I don't need a boba. Boba is too sweet for my liking at my moment recently, cause it's bad for your throat. I mean, if you're going to do a lot of talking, singing, January. Yeah, I keep mentioning this to my friend that by the way, I'll keep mentioning this to my friend that I want to practice improving my English pronounce skills. So yeah, maybe by doing the reading stream, I'll be better. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep rambling. Keep going. Okay. His eyes flew on the ivory upholstered seat across the parlor. Where only hours earlier she turned up unexpectedly. She turned up unexpectedly later than the rest of her party. In a rose silk gown, to applaud the eldest daughter of their host after a fine turn at the hopscotch. He glanced across the room out the window to the veranda where the day before she'd creeped out on him. A fistful of wild white peonies in her hand. She still thought the pole she felt toward him was innocent, that their frequent rendezvous in the gazebo were merely happy coincidence. To be so naive. Wait, hold on a sec. To be so naive. He would never tell her otherwise. The secret was his to bear. Was his to bear. Wait. I haven't finished the page. He stood and turned. The sketches left behind on a leather chair, and there she was, pressed against the ruby velvet curtain in her plain white dressing gown. Her black hair had fallen from its braid. The look on her face was the same as the one he sketched so many times. There was a fire rising in her cheeks. Was he angry? Embarrassed? He longed to know, but could not allow himself to ask. What are you doing here? Wait, this is the man asking. What are you doing here? He could hear the snarl in his voice, and regretted its sharpness. Regretted its sharpness. What are you doing here? Okay, so that's it. What are you doing here? He could hear the snarl in his voice and regretted its sharpness, knowing she would never understand. I couldn't sleep. She stammered, moving toward the fire and his chair. I saw a light in your room, and then... She paused, looking down at her hands. Your trunk outside the door. Are you going somewhere? I was going to tell you, he broke off. He shouldn't lie. He had never intended to let her know his plans. Telling her would only make things worse. Already, he had let things go too far, hoping this time would be different. She drew nearer, and her eyes fell on his sketchbooks. You were drawing me? Her startled tone reminded him how great the gap was in their understanding. Even after all the time they've spent together these past few weeks, she had not yet begun to glimpse the truth that lay behind their attractions. Attraction. Hold on a sec, sorry. Bird. My stomach is not good. My stomach system is not really good. Sorry. Digestive system, yes. Okay. This was good. Or at least it was for the better. For the past several days since he made the choice to leave, he'd been struggling to pull away from her. The effort took so much out of him that as soon as he was alone, he had to give in to his pent-up desire to draw her. He had filled out his book with pages of her arch-naked, her marble collarbone, the black abyss the black abyss of her hair. Now, he looked back at the sketch. My family is going to have the lunch, and but I'm not hungry. It's just your family, your other people in the house are having food, and you just feel left alone because you want to have food as well, even you're not hungry. You just nom, you just want to nom something. Okay, keep going. Not ashamed at being caught drawing her, but worse. A cold chill spreads through him as he realized that her discovery, the exposure of his feelings, would destroy her. He should have been more careful. It always began like this. Warm milk with a spoonful of treacle, he murmured, his back still to her. Then he added sadly, It helps you sleep. How did you know? Why, that's exactly... How did you know? Why, that's exactly what my mother used to... I know, he said, turning to face her. The astonishment in her voice did not surprise him, yet he could not explain to her how he knew, or tell her how many times he had administered this very drink to her in the past when the shadows came. How he had held her until she fell asleep. He felt her touch as thought as wait, I need to rest. Why is reading so hard? I mean, reading with your eyes is easy, but reading out loud is not easy. How was my day? Fine. I'm doing okay. I'm doing great. Actually, I'm doing splendid because I just woke up. But except from the part that I realized I made a huge mistake on my schedule chart. So the rest of it, good. He felt her touch as tough it were burning through his shirt. Her hand lay gently on his shoulder, causing him to gasp. They had not yet touched in this life, and the first contact always left him breathless. Answer me, she whispered. Are you leaving? Yes. Then take me with you. Then take me with you. She blurted out. Right on cue. He watched her suck in her breath. What? She watched her suck in her breath, wishing to take back her plea. He could see the progression on her emotions settle in the crease between her eyes. She would feel impetuous. Wait, what is this word? No? Oh. But wait. Is this not a English? Is this not English word? God damn it. G. Impetuous. Oh, impetuous. Impassion. No. Impetuous. 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 Yeah, it's not impassion, sorry. I cannot show you the context, or otherwise you guys could just help me. But anyways, thanks. Impetuous. She would feel impetuous, then Why must writers use all this word that I cannot even pronounce? I hate you. Okay, it's like a English classroom. English class. What? Bewilder. Okay, she would feel impetuous, then bewildered, then ashamed by her own forwardness. She always did this, and too many times before. He had made this mistake of comforting her at this exact moment. No, he whispered, remembering, always remembering. I sail tomorrow. If you care for me at all, you won't say another word. If I care for you, she repeated, almost as if she were speaking to herself. I don't. I have to say it. I love you. I'm quite sure. And if I leave, I save your life. He spoke slowly. Oh, wait. If I leave, I save your life. He spoke slowly, trying to reach a part of her that might remember. Was it there at all? Buried somewhere. Some things are more important than love. You won't understand, but you have to trust me. Her eyes drew into him. She stepped back and crossed her arms over her chest. This was his fault too. He always brought out her contemptuous. I hate this. Already hate it. Contemptuous. Is that some kind of word for competition? People like to feeling like to compete. Contemptuous side. Okay. He always brought out her contemptuous side when he spoke down to her. You mean to say there are things more important than this? She challenged, taking his hand and drawing them to her heart. Oh, to be hurt and not know what was coming, or at least to be stronger than he was and be able to stop her. If he didn't stop her, she would never learn, and the past would only repeat itself, torturing them both again and again. The familiar warmth of her skin under his hands made them tilt his head back and moan. He was trying to ignore how close she was, how well he knew the feel of her lips on his. How well he knew the feel of her wait, I already. How bitter he felt that all of this had to end. But her fingers traced his so lightly. He could feel her heart racing through her thin cotton gown. She was right. There was nothing more than this. There never was. He was about to give in and take her in his arms when he caught a look in her eyes, as if she'd seen a ghost. She was the one to pull away a hand to her forehead. I'm having the strangest sensation, she whispered. I'm having the strangest sensation, she whispered. No, was it already too late? Her eyes narrowed into the shape in his sketch, and she came back to him. Her hands on his chest, her lips parted except expectantly. Expectantly. Tell me I'm mad, but I swear I've been right here before. So it was too late. He looked up. Shivering, and could feel the dark descending. He took one last chance to seize her. Okay. Sorry. To hold her as tightly as he'd been yearning to for weeks. As soon as her lips melted into his, both of them were powerless. The honeysuckle taste of her mouth made him dizzy. The closer she pressed against him, the more his stomach churned with the thrill and the agony of it all. Her tongue trusted his, and the fire between them burned brighter, hotter, more powerful. With every new touch, every new exploration, yet none of it was new. The room quaked. An aura around them started to glow. She noticed nothing, was aware of nothing, understood nothing besides their kiss. He alone knew what was about to happen. What dark companions were prepared to fall on their reunion. Even though he was unable to alter the course of their lives yet again, he knew. The shadows whirled directly overhead, so close he might have touched him. So close he wondered whether she could hear what they were whispering. He watched as the cloud passed over her face. For a moment, he saw a spark. Recognition. A spark of recognition growing in her eyes. Then there was nothing. Nothing at all. We passed the first pre-chapter and I'm already exhausted. I'm already a little bit exhausting. What do you guys think today's stream will last? How long today's stream will last? I mean, like, for example, like, wait, let me see how many chapters does this has. Okay. Where do you see the book's chapter? The title table on Kindle Cloud Reader. Man, you're giving me a hard time. mean, I just want to. Table of contents. Yes. Sorry. I need to. Live. Okay. There's in the beginning. Oh wait, we didn't even read the dedications, but okay, I think that's alright. We can read that after we finish the book. Yeah, and then so there's okay. Let me see. 15, 16, 20. Okay, I think if there's 20, then let's split them into four part. How about that? Or four part. That means I have to read 5 chapters today. I don't know if I can easily do that, but yes. Let's see first. Let's see if I can do 5 chapters and see how long does it take. If the time allows it, maybe I will do a few more. Then maybe yeah. Cause I don't know if this book get you guys interest, but it's actually my personal favorite when I was in middle school. Thank you. Yeah, this is actually my personal favorite when I was in middle school, and I was crazy. I was crazy. The time this book was published in my area, I have to wait. I wait every time the next episode came out to just go buy them at the very first time. No, as soon as I can. Yeah. So yeah. So I don't know. I just dig in this kind of story at the time when I was just a little kitty. It was so romantic. And then few years later, Twilight came out, or does them came out around the same year? I don't know. I have no idea. And then I realized, oh wait, this is just some Marisu kind type of story. Like just like cringe. But still, I still like it. And though I did not like Twilight series at all, but Fallen is my #1 favorite of all time, and it will never change its place in my heart. It always have a special place in my heart, even though I didn't even nowadays I never really took them off my bookshelf and read them again. Yeah, I have physical books. This right now I I went to purchase a digital version just for the stream. I don't. And a funny story. Yeah, a quick funny story. When I was purchasing the digital version of this book, I just click. I just click the button, and then suddenly it sent a notification to me. It says, thanks for purchasing, and something like that. And then you know, Amazon they also have Audible, like the sound novel. And then I was just curious what the button on the bottom, the button below, there's a yellow button, you know, and for some reason it doesn't have any text on it. So I just curious what will happen if I press it, I click it, and then I click it, and there's a saying goes like, curiosity kills the cat. Yes. After I click the button, and it automatically purchased the Audible version of this novel for me. God damn it! And I'm just like, come again? And then, yeah. How much? It was like $8 or $7. I can't remember, but the Audible version is $1 or $2 more. So I probably spent like $200 on this. No, wait, $200, that's too much. $20 on this. But the point is I didn't need the Audible version, and it's just like that. Click. No, wait. It's just like that. It's just like one click, and instantly I got the Audible version. And he didn't even ask me. He didn't even ask me for the, you know. I thought it will at least, because I use credit card for the payment, and at least I thought for the second purchase it will at least ask me that, do you verify this purchase or something like that. It didn't. It just didn't. And then like, come on, I suddenly have the physical, the digital, the Audible version. All this is the same book. I hope Lauren can appreciate my support for her. Yeah. Pen kitty, pen. My pen kitty. Okay, anyway. I'm going, yeah. So, first, chapter 1. Yeah. How it was a sad story. Cry for me. Shed a tear for me. Well, let's continue. Wait, what was I thinking What was on my mind? I was about to say something, then I suddenly forget. Oh yeah, how's never mind. I was just gonna ask maybe does this story arc interesting you guys right now? But I think this question can also save it later or after the stream, because for more people to come back and watch the stream, and then they can, you know, judge. No. I mean, maybe feels like let them feel let them feel for themselves that if they like this story or not. But for me, I really like this story, so yeah. And I want to dedicate it to finish this book at least, and maybe to see if you guys want me to do the whole series, because I have the this series have this story have wait, what's my word? What's the word I'm using? I'm looking for. This series come with at least four books total. I mean, that's quite a number. If for a reading stream, it will be a long series, and I don't know if there's people like me who really love this story. And yeah, so if there's if after if for what was I going to say? I keep forgetting. Okay, so when the times come, I might ask you guys if you want me to keep reading these books, or you guys want to change the books, and I will have a few options for you guys. Yeah, because you know, reading stream, they're like this. I have to be interesting to the story, or at least familiar with the story, so I can read for a very long time. And at the same time, you guys have to be interesting to the story too, to hear me, to listen to me read this for a very long time. So yeah, that's how reading stream are like. Alright, enough of chit chat. Yeah, let's keep going. Chapter 1. Perfect strangers. Really, why is my head a bit dizzy? Is something wrong with my body? I thought I was supposed to be on that. I'm a health-born creature. Isn't that supposed to mean my body is super immune to every type of illness? Or the corona, the C word disease that's been destroying the human world globally recently. Every guys of you are taking a vaccine, right? I mean, part of me are humans, so I mean, part of my DNAs are human, I guess. So maybe I should get a vaccine too, and being that to say, I might adjust my schedule a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure yet, because it's my turn. It's going to be my turn very soon. Ooh, nice for you. Nice for you. Right. There's something I want to do for a very long time. I want to do maybe some drink. The main thing and the main subject will be me doing some cute anime girl voice line. Maybe I can voice some line, and with some voice acting. I really want to do that. It sounds fun, but I can't think of the detail yet. So maybe this will be in the future. Yeah. For now, I'm going to just lay back and be a lazy kitty, doing my lazy things, doing my comfy things. But at least I have a progress. I improve as in a VTuber. I have a schedule down. Praise me, really. Pet me. Say I'm a good kitty, cause I put a lot of effort on that, on the illustration, on the schedule chart, on the everything that I really put a lot of effort. I mean I did good, right? I'm a good kitty. Aww, thank you. Yeah, there's so many things that I want to improve in the foreseeable future. I mean, I like my design, but I don't have the corroborate. I mean, I don't have the artist parents, or nor did the live 2D parents. I really want one. I want my art papa or mama. I want my rig mama or rig papa. I really want them. I have to make myself born. Maybe that's the way in hell, but I don't know. I want to be spoiled. I want to be spoiled. Kitty want to be spoiled with love. But first we have to work hard, right? And as long as I enjoy this, it wouldn't be too hard. I mean, yeah, and you guys are here with me. I'm so glad I have you guys here. Really, I love you guys so much. Okay, why am I think I'm just chatting, and so I can ignoring the reading part. This is going to be a chatting stream. I'm so sorry. I love you guys. Okay. Chapter 1. Perfect strangers. Lil barged into the fluorescent light. Wait, what? I have a what's that? A candy? A type of candy in my mouth. That would be a mint. Mint flavored candy in my mouth. That will keep my throat a little bit comfy. Maybe can I do some weird noises? Can I do some weird noises while I still have my candy in my mouth? Is preventing me from reading the actual context. Yeah. Oh yeah, I still I'm still looking for a time, for a chance to do some actual song cover, like those very sick professional, no, like their mixings are professional type of cover. For example, I see a lot of it where they cover the songs. It's called King. And I practice it, but I still not very satisfying with my performance. So maybe I'll have to wait till, I don't know, and I still have to find someone to who willing to. I still have to commission someone who are willing to help me mix the cover, help me mix the tab. Oh, the day before yesterday, right? Or yesterday? Or is it yesterday? No, the day before yesterday. Do you know a brand called Dyson? Dyson. Yes. I bought a new air cleaner. It's not an air conditioner, it's an air cleaner. Air purify machine. I don't know what's the actual word for that type of things. I don't know. It's just a machine that purify your air in the room, and it was a and you also can be a fan. I mean, it will have a cool air blew out of it. So I have that. I bought that the day before yesterday, and it was quite large. Not really large. It was quite tall. The height is probably to my waist. If is putting on the ground, then its height is pretty much to my waist. And the thing is I bought it far away from my house, far away from the place I was living right now, and I And Mama Kitty was with me. Mama Kitty was with me too, but she can't lift something too heavy due to her current body condition. So all the lifting work was on me, but it was okay. I think it was okay, but it's the weight it has is not really heavy, but it's heavy enough for you to not holding it for a very long time. Though I hold it for a very long time because I hold it and walk very long to a place so we can stay there and order and call a taxi for us to went back home. And also I have to lift it all the way back to my room. It's just it's ridiculous. And before that the time I'm back home is already midnight, and before that we have been walking all day. You know, I mean all day, literally all day. I start from the 10 o'clock in the morning, and we are already outside. It was hot. It was very hot and moist, and kind of uncomfortable for you, and you just keep sweating, even though, and yeah, it's just not a very comfy weather. But anyway, I like that because I have a weak point. My weakness, a tiny weakness is my allergy. I mean, my nose and my eyes are very sensitive to dust, to a tiny bugs. I don't know the word, termites. No, not termites, but something like that. Oh, lurk. That was very small, and they lurk. They sleep and live on your skin, on your bed, on any kind of surface, and in the dust, and oh, I also allergic to cockroach. Why? I'm a health-born creature. Maybe it's the part of humor in me that's doing this. So, with having that machine in my room now, the air in my room is smelling quite nice. It's smelling quite nice right now, and it's very quiet. So I just give away my old fan to my grandma Kitty, grandmama Kitty, and she liked it a lot because it was just right for her. The amount of wind it blew out wouldn't be too big or too small. She liked it a lot. And then I like my new Dyson machine a lot too. I like my new Dyson Air Purify machine too. I like it. Okay, I think my candy is gone, so let's continue. Right on time. Good. Lou sparked into the fluorescent lit lobby of the sword and cross school 10 minutes later than she should have. A barrel-chested attendant with ruddy cheeks and a clipboard clamped under an iron bicep. What? No, bicep. Oh, bicep. Oh, bicep. Sorry. Bicep. Under an iron bicep was already giving orders. That's a culture. I remember. Which means Luz was already behind. So remember, it's mats, bats, and rats. The attendant barked at the cluster of 3 other students, all standing with their backs to Luz. Remember the basic and no one gets hurt. Luz hurried to slip in behind the group. She was still trying to figure out whether she'd filled out the giant stack of paperwork correctly. Yeah. Stretching. Luz hurried to slip in behind the group. She was still trying to figure out whether she should fill out the giant stack of paperwork correctly. Whether this shaven-headed guide standing before them was a man or a woman. Whether there was anyone to help her with this enormous duffel bag. Whether her parents were going to get rid of her beloved Plymouth furry the minute. For what? Beloved Plymouth furry the minute they arrived home from dropping her off here. They've been threatening to sell the car all summer, and now they had a reason even though Luz couldn't argue with. No one was allowed to have a car at Luz's new school, her new reform school, to be precise. She was still getting used to the term. Could you repeat that? She asked the attendant. What was it? Math? Oh wait, what was it? Math? Well, look what the storm blew in. The attendant said loudly, then continued, What? I'm pretty sure that's not how I pronounce that. Setting slowly. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Shark? Shark. I don't know. Inserting slowly. Met. If you're one of the medicated students, this is where you go to keep yourself dolled up. Sand, breathing, whatever. Woman, Luz decided. Studying an attendant. No man could be catty enough to say a lot in such a saccharin tone of voice. Got it? Got it. Luz felt her stomach heave. What? No. It's a it's a Windows update. I had that. Meds. She'd been off meds for years now, after the accident this past summer. Dr. Sanford, her specialist in Hopkinton, and the reason her parents had sent her to boarding school all the way in New Hampshire had wanted to consider medicating her again, though she'd finally convinced him of her quasi-stability. It had taken an extra month of analysis on her part just to say off those awful anti-physical tests, which was why she was enrolling in her senior year at Sword and Cross a full month after the academic year had begun. Being a new student was bad enough, and Luz had been really nervous about having to jump into classes where everyone else was already settled. But from the looks of this tour, she wasn't the only one new kid. She wasn't the only new kids. She wasn't the only. She wasn't the only new kid arriving today. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? She sneaked a peek at the 3 other students standing in a half circle around her. At her last school, Dover Prep. The campus tour on the first day was where she'd met her best friend, Callie. Oh wait, Callie, you know. On a campus where all the other students had partially been weaned together. It would have been enough that Luz and Callie were the only non-legacy kids, but it didn't take long for the 2 girls to realize they also had the exact same obsession with the exact same old movies, especially where Albert Finney was concerned. After their discovery freshman year, while watching 2 for the Road, that neither one of them could make a bag of popcorn without setting off the fire alarm. This girl's Callie and Luz hadn't left each other's sides until they had to. At Luz's sides today were 2 boys and a girl. The girls seemed easy enough to figure out. Blonde and Neutrogena, commercial, pretty, with pastel pink manicured nails that matches her plastic binder. I'm Gab. She drawled. Flashing Luz a big smile that disappeared as quickly as it had surfaced. Before Luz could even utter her own name, the girl's whining interest reminded her more of a southern version of the girls at Dover than someone should expect at Sword and Cross. Luz couldn't decide whether this was comforting or not, any more than she could imagine what a girl who looked like this would be doing at a reform school. Yeah. To Luz's right was a guy with short brown hair, brown eyes, and a smattering of freckles across his nose. But the way he wouldn't even meet her eyes, just kept picking at a hangnail on his thumb, gave Luz the impression that, like her, he was probably still stunned and embarrassed to find himself here. The guy to her left, on the other hand, fit Luz's image of this place a little bit too perfectly. He was tall and thin, with a DJ bag slung over his shoulder, shaggy black hair, a large, deep-set green eyes. His lips were full and a natural rose color most girls would kill for. At the back of his neck, a black tattoo in the shape of sunburst seemed almost to glow on his light skin, rising up from the edge of his black t-shirt. Wow, I remember this one. sorry, I'm going to take some. Let me just grab something real quick. Yeah, keep going. Unlike the other two, when this guy turned to meet her gaze, he held it and didn't let go. His mouth was set in a straight line, but his eyes were warm and alive. He gazed at her, standing as still as a sculpture, which made Luz feel rooted to her spot, too. She sucked in her breath. Luz's eyes were intense and alluring, and a little bit disarming. The girls, with some loud throat clearing noises, the attendant interrupted the boys' tranquilized stare. Luz blushed and, pretending to be very busy scratching her head. Those of you who've learned the ropes are free to go after you dump your hazards. Okay, I decided it's called hazard. Lieutenant gestured at a large cardboard box under a sign that said in big black letters, prohibited materials. And when I say free, Todd, she clamped a hand down on the freckled kid's shoulder, making him jump. I mean, gymnasium bound to meet your presigned student guides. You, she pointed at Luz, dump your hazard and stay with me. The four of them shuffled toward the box and Luz watched it, baffled, as the other students began to empty their pockets. The girl pulled out a 3-inch pink Swiss Army knife. The green-eyed guy reluctantly dumped a can of spray paint and a box cutter. Even a hapless Todd let loose several books of matches and a small container of lighter fluid. Luz felt almost stupid that she wasn't concealing a hazard of her own. But when she saw other kids, the other kids reach into their pockets and chuck their cell phones into the box, she gulped. Leaning forward to read the prohibited materials sign a little bit more closely, she saw the cell phones, pagers, and all two-way radio devices were strictly forbidden. It was bad enough that she couldn't have her car. Luz clamped a sweaty hand around the cell phone in her pocket, her only connection to the outside world. When the attendant saw the look on her face, Luz received a few quick slaps on her cheek. Wow. Don't swoon on me, kid. They don't pay me enough to resuscitate. They don't pay me enough to resuscitate. Besides, you get one phone call once a week in the main lobby. One phone call once a week? But she looked down at her phone one last time, and so she received two new text messages. It didn't seem possible that this would be her two last text messages. The first one was from Callie. Call immediately. We'll be waiting by the phone all night, so be ready to dish. And remember the mantra I assigned you. You'll survive. by the way, for what it's worth, I think everyone's totally forgotten about in typical Kelly fashion. She'd gone on so long that Lou's crapped cell phone cut the message off for 4 lines in. My nose, it feels funny. I mean it has funny feelings. Is this why is this because I keep using my nose voices to, you know, talking? I mean, I learned that when people use different muscle to talk, what was I trying to say? People can be making noises more easily or more taking strings by using different technique, like such as using the different muscle in your voice system. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the way I talking. It's the way I've been using. Kind of wrong. Kind of not very suitable for this type of job. I feel dizzy. Why? Tell me why. Okay, keep going. In typical Kelly fashion, she'd gone on so long that Lucy's crap cell phone cut the message off 4 lines in. In a way, Lucy was almost relieved. She didn't want to read about how everyone from her old school had already forgotten what had happened to her. What she'd done to land herself in this place. Oh, what she'd done to land herself in this place. Water time. She sighed and scrolled down to her second message. It was from her. Sorry, hold on a sec. Okay, I'm fine. She sighed and scrolled down to her second message. It was from her mom. Yeah, it was from her mom, who'd only just gotten the hang of texting a few weeks ago, and who surely had not known about this one call once a week thing, or she would never have abandoned her daughter here, right? Kiddo, we are always thinking of you. Be good and try to eat enough protein. We'll talk when we can. Love, Em and Mom and Dad. With a sigh, Luz realized her parents must have known. How else to explain their drawn faces when she'd waved goodbye at the school gates this morning, duffel bag in the hand, at breakfast. Give me a sec. Reading is not easy, guys. Reading is not easy. Wow. Waving at the school gate this morning, duffel bag in hand. At breakfast, she would try to joke about finally losing that appalling New England accent she'd picked up at Dover. But her parents hadn't even cracked a smile. She would thought they were still mad at her. They never did the whole raising their voices thing. Which meant that when Luz really messed up, they just gave her the old silent treatment. Now she understood this morning's strange demeanor. Strange demeanor. Her parents were already mourning the loss of contact with their only daughter. We're still waiting on one person, the attendant sang. We're still waiting on one person, the attendant sang. I wonder who it is. Luz's attendant? No. Luz's attention snapped back to the hazard box. Man, am I tired? Should we switch to another kind of another type of background music? Maybe that'll make me no not no still no. Okay. Save me. Save your kid. I don't know reading could be this hard. Holy damn. Oh, dang. I wonder who it is. Luz's attention snapped back to the hustle box, which was now brimming with contraband. She didn't even recognize. She could feel the dark-haired boy's green eyes staring at her. She looked up and noticed that everyone was staring. Her turn. She closed her eyes and slowly opened her fingers, letting her phone slip from her grasp and land with a set thunk on top of the heap. The sound of being all alone. Todd and the fembot headed for the door without so much as a look in Luz's direction. But the third boy turned to the attendant. I can fill her in, he said, nodding at Luz. Not part of your deal. Not part of our deal, the attendant replied automatically. as if she'd been expecting this dialogue. You're a new student again. That means new student restrictions. Back to square one. You don't like it. You should have thought twice before breaking pyro. The boy stood motionless. Expressionless, as the attendants tugged loose who'd stiffened at the word pyro toward the end of the yellowed hole. Hole as in a big hole, not the circle one and UFO one hole. Do I need a break? How has it been? Oh my, it's almost 2 hours. Do people normally do reading stream straight 2 hours? But all I do, I just keep rambling. And I didn't do a reading much. And now I'm ashamed. Well, people can change. People can improve by time to time. Now where was we? Where was I? Toward the end of a yellow hole. Moving on, she said, as if nothing had just happened. But she pointed out the west-facing window to a distant cinder-block building. Luz could see Gabby? Oh wait, let's see Gabby. Could see Gabby and Todd shuffling slowly toward them, with the third boy walking slowly, as if catching up to them were the last thing on his list of things to do. The dorm was formidable and square, a solid gray block of a building whose thick double doors gave away nothing about the possibility of life inside them. A large stone plaque stood planted in the middle of the dead lawn, and Luz remembered from the website the words polling dormitory. The words polling dormitory chiseled into it. Fuck me. Chiseled. Okay. I feel like any more of this, I should change my stream name to a pain demon kitty pain for reading stream. It's really painful. I suddenly realized the reason I'm painful is not because I'm not used to reading. It's just that I'm not used to reading. Please do. I'm still not used to reading. It's still because I'm not used to reading, and all of this word I'm not very familiar with. It's just add the difficulty to it. It just adds on the difficulties to it. I wish that chisel into it. It looked even uglier in the hazing morning sun than it had looked in the flat black and white photograph. Even from this distance, Luz could see black mold covering the face of the dorm. All the windows were obstructed by rows of thick steel bars. She squinted. Was that barbed wire topping the fence around the building? The attendant looked down at the chart, flipping through Luz's file. Room 63. Throw you back in my office with the rest of them for now. You can unpack this afternoon. Luz dragged her red duffel bag towards 3 other nondescript black trunks. Then she reached reflexively for her cell phone, where she usually kicked in things she needed to remember. But as her hand searched her empty pocket, she sighed and committed the room number to memory instead. She still didn't see why she couldn't just stay with her parents. Their house in Thunderbolts was less than a half hour from Sword and Cross. It had felt so good to be back home in Savannah. Pancake. Savannah. In Savannah. Where, as her mom always said, even the wind blew lazily. Georgia's softer, slower pace suited Luz way more than New England ever had. But Sword and Cross didn't feel like Savannah. It hardly felt like anywhere at all, except the lifeless, colorless place where the court had mandated she boarded. She'd overheard her dad on the phone with a headmaster the other day, nodding in his befuddled biology professor way and saying, yes, maybe it would be the best for her to be supervised all the time. No, we wouldn't want to interfere with your system. Clearly. Let's try that again. Clearly. Her father had not seen the conditions of his only daughter's supervision. This place looked like a maximum security prison. And what did you say, the Reds? Lou's asked the attendant, ready to be released from the tour. Reds, the attendant said, pointing towards a small wired device hanging from the ceiling. A lens with a flashing red light. Luz hadn't seen it before, but as soon as the attendant pointed the first one out, she realized they were everywhere. Cameras? Very good, the attendant said, voice dripping condescension. We make them obvious in order to remind you, all the time, everywhere, we're watching you, so don't screw up. That is, if you can help yourself. Every time someone talked to Luz like she was a total psychopath, she came that much closer to believing it was true. All summer, the memories had haunted her, in her dreams, and in the rare moments her parents left her alone. Something had happened in that cabin, and everyone, including Luz, was dying to know exactly what. The police, the judge, the social worker had all tried to pry the truth out of her, but she was as clueless about it all as they were. She and Trevor had been joking around the whole evening, chasing each other down to the row of cabins on the lake. Away from the rest of the party, she would try to explain that it had been one of the best nights of her life until it turned into the worst. She would spend so much time replaying that night in her head, hearing Trevor's laugh, feeling his hand close around her waist, and trying to reconcile her God's instinct that she really was innocent. But now, every rule and regulation as sword and crows seemed to work against that notion. Seems to suggest that she was, in fact, dangerous and needed to be controlled. Luz felt wait. What the hell? Sorry. Hold up. Quiet. Hush for now. Okay. Where was I? Sorry. Give me a... I'll be back. Very quick. Just give me a sec. No. That's not it. I need to. No, wait. Why can't all these things came with me? Oh, okay, right. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I want all of them to be. Yes, right, yeah. Hmm? I can't help it. Is that right? No. Why is it? Hello. I'm back. Sorry, pardon me. Why is this? Fine, anyway. Guys, should I have some food? Should I go get some food? What will that be? I'm kinda hungry. I mean, yeah, I'm kinda hungry right now. Would you guys mind? Yes. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back soon. And with some food. Okay. Down I go. Wait, let me. I think I got it. I have to. Oh wait. No. How do I? Never mind. I just wanna adjust the assets. I just want to adjust the picture to fit a little bit more, but since the program didn't want me to do that, then who am I to debate? Right? Gee. I'm going to eat first. I'm so hungry. I'm having dumplings. Yeah. Too bad we don't have some music to Oh, too bad we don't have some relaxing music to accompany us right now. I'll make sure to find something suitable for next stream. But right now, I wanna have some good time with my dumplings. Maybe I'm just too hungry. Maybe that's why I keep butchering some words. Oh my god, I love it. It's amazing pork. With a type of vegetables chopped into many pieces. It's just delicious. I don't know. Do you guys like pork? Wolfie, do you like pork? Do you eat pork? I know some people, some countries, they don't eat pork. Oh, nice. Pork. I used to like beef over pork. For some reason, And the reason is that I feel like beef have some certain flavor. You know, beef is kind of a it has a strong flavor as a meat. It is a strong flavor type of meat. And pork overall is more gentle. Its flavor is more gentle, and it's the advantage of pork. I mean, the delicious part for me to pork is because it has its oil, a fat. Its fat is I don't know. Generally is fat. It's just give you more moisture. I used to be a only beef person. I mean, like, if you give me choices, I will choose beef definitely every single time. But now, if you give me options to choose, I mostly chose pork over beef. I don't know. I just Wait, do you mean like wait. I like burgers more than any pork, but it's ground beef, then I would choose pork. What? What's ground beef? Oh my god, I'm so uncultured. What's ground beef? So it means like you usually choose pork for your burgers. Am I understanding that correctly? Or is it opposite? I mean, yeah, if it's me, when it comes to burger, I usually choose beef. I don't know why, but then again, the area the place I live right now doesn't really have the you know the thing you could actually call burger. Yeah, we have fast food restaurant, we have burgers, but we have Burger King. That's all. We have McDonald's. We have KFP. Wait, is that right? Because I keep it. Because now Kiara has its own brain, so I keep forgetting the fast food restaurant in the real life. In real anyway, you know what that means. Yeah. Oh, KFC. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. Maybe I should check what does ground beef prepare. How does ground beef I keep. Maybe I should shut up. Shut up. No, I like talking. I'll never shut up. Never told me to shut up. Only I can tell me to shut up. Is it how it is? Every VTuber just like to talk to themselves all the time. I'm not talking to myself. I have Wolfie here. We use ground beef in tacos, and that's the type of ground beef that I don't like. Oh, you mean? Oh wait, ground beef. Oh wait, you mean like it has heavy, strong flavor sauce with it, and it's kind of you use your hand and tear the meat apart, make it like a strip strip, and make some kind of noodle shape. And what am I saying? Maybe anyway, I kind of understand what you're talking about. Cause the texture. Yeah, if it's burger, I don't like it too. I'm not very prefer that kind of. I'm not very. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not very fond of that kind of burger, a type of burger. I'm more like I like meat pad, yes, cause it just tastes good, and it contain more. It get to contain more juice in it. So what I'm trying to say is that, first of all, it's more convenient for you to chew, for you to bite, and it wouldn't just drop around and make a mess. And it contains more juice in it. It can lock the juice in it, and it's just delicious. Just chef kiss. Yes. Huh. I see. But anyway, I think burger in general. Burger, I would choose beef first, is because the flavor is strong enough, and it's often not. I think burger needs a strong flavor, so pork is just not my type of things when it comes to burger. But if you have to choose something like a hot pot. Like when you eat hot pot, and you know the thing in Japan, shabu shabu. You slice the meat into very thin pieces, and then you clip the meat and just throw into the soup, and then you you swing, you use you move your chopsticks very fast, so then the meat it can be cooked to eat very quickly. Yeah, when it comes to that, I choose pork because pork has much more fat, and it will make it taste it will make it taste more moisture and more gentle and more, I don't know. It's just delicious. I'm not a professional food minister or something. Yeah. I don't know if I have said this before, but I live in Taiwan. One of my dreams maybe someday I get to visit United States, and I really want to I really want to eat Taco Bell. I like taco, the beef. I like the beef flavored taco. The cheese, the lettuce, oh my god. The tomatoes, the sauce, I wish we had that kind of stuff. I know if you have to say Taco Bell would be the taco words, McDonald's, but you see, we don't have that. We can hardly eat. We hardly can have tacos around our area, so that would be one of my dreams. And in general, visiting United States is just I want to stay there and eat all kinds of junk food, cause you know they have the best junk food. They have the most perfect burgers, or any kind of things in a genre. And then I have a lot of friends there. They based in a different state though, but if I save enough, and then save up enough, and then I get to stay more days with no financial problems, then maybe I could actually just go state to state and visit them. Yeah. Oh, and Broadway, yeah. Oh, I don't know when the time actually come. What kind of play will they have in the Broadway? But I mean, it's a lifetime must do things, right? By the way, just to clarify, Taiwan is a country, and I stood that firmly. I am not afraid of anything. It's a tiny country below Japan. Next to a huge colony that I'm not willing to talk about. If I must say, that colony they do have fine people, but they they also are kind of a hellhole, if I must say. A more hellhole type of hellhole than the hellhole I originally come from, the underground. I hope I'm not sabotage. I will not get banned after this type of speech from YouTube. You know, because politics subjects. I'll try to avoid politics subjects, but sometimes personal preference and your belief, what you believe in, is just something you have to stand for. If you stand for nothing, bird, what did you fall for? Hamilton. Oh. Oh, gee. I love Hamilton the musical so much. I mean, most of the song in the show, I probably can easily sing along, except for the fast rap part. Some of it I might not be able to sing along, but there's exception, like satisfied, helpless, and burn. No, wait, burn doesn't have anything that's fast, but I practice them purposely. Hold on, I need to get a tissue. My weird face. Why am I suddenly speak so slow? How long has we been streaming? Oh my, 3 hours. And it's almost It's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. How are you guys holding? I'm guessing it might be passing midnight. Where? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, hold on a sec. I'm back. I'm terribly sorry for you, Wolfie. I'm so sorry. I mean, I apologize. I apologize for doing this to you. Rio, are you okay right now? How are you doing? Oh, okay, okay, cool, cool. Satisfaction. I finished my dumplings and I felt satisfactions. Wait, what do you mean? Cause surprisingly fine considering for the rest of the week I'll be knocked out by now. What do you mean? Does that mean you should sleep right now? Or does that mean what? Is it good? Is it bad? What? You're keeping me guessing, Wolfie. You're making me worry. Quick, quick, tell me. Does that mean a good thing, or does that mean a good thing or a bad thing? You're making me worry and also guilty. Also very guilty right now. What do you mean? Surprisingly fine considering what for the rest of the week I'll be knocked out by now. Oh. Oh. I see. You made me for a second there. What? My digest system. I hate you. My digesting system. Good. Now follow me. We are going to keep our reading journey. Yay! Before I have a sip of my water. Why am I always coughing? Am I good? No, I'm not good, but we have to live with this. Yeah. Where was I? It's been so long, I already forgot where was we. But seems to suggest that she was in fact dangerous and needed to be controlled. Okay. I can do this. Luz felt a firm hand on her shoulder. Look, the attendant said, if it makes you feel any better, you're far from the worst cast here. It was the first human gesture the attendant had made toward Luz, and she believed that it was intended to make her feel better, but she'd been sent here because of the suspicious death of the guy she'd been crazy about. And still, she was far from the worst case here. Luz wondered what else exactly they were dealing with at Sword and Cross. Okay, orientation's over, the attendant said. You're on your own now. Here's a map if you need to find anything else. She gave Luz a photocopy of a crude hand-drawn map. Then glanced at her watch. You've got an hour before your first class, but my subs come on in 5, so... She waved her hand at Luz. Make yourself scarce. Make yourself scarce. And don't forget, she said, pointing up at the cameras one last time. The Reds are watching you. Before Luz could reply, a skinny, dark-haired girl appeared in front of her, wagging her long finger in Luz's face. Oh, the girl taunted in a ghost storytelling voices. Ooh, the girl taunted in a ghost storytelling voice, dancing around Luz in a circle. The Reds are watching you. Get out of here, Arian. Is that Arian name? Or Arian? Arian? Oh wait, I think it's Arian. Okay. Hold on a sec. Oh, my throat is killing me. Arian, before I have you lobotomized, the attendant said, though it was clear from her first brief genial smile that she had some coarse affection for the crazy girl. It was also clear that Arian did not reciprocate the reciprocate laugh. She made a jerking off motion at the attendant, then stared at Luz, daring her to be offended. And just for that, the attendant said, jotting a furious note in her book, You've earned yourself the task of showing Little Miss Sunshine around today. She pointed at Luz, who looked anything but sunny in her black jeans, black boots, and black top. I think I might need some. I might need some meds for my throat. I'm going to be weird looking right now. can this coughing just take a break from torturing me for one day? It's been almost a year. I mean, yeah, maybe that's the bad maybe it's my fault that I didn't go to a doctor, but go to a doctor, but I haven't get my shot yet. The vaccine things. The vaccine thingy. I haven't get that yet. The part that's for me yet. Anyway. But it will be quick. It will be around several days. I don't know, but it will be quick. So I guess after I got my shot, then I can go to doctor and fix this coughing problems that's been bothering me for long enough that I'm tired of it and just I don't give a damn right now. But I still have to. I have a dream, I'm here to tell of the wonderful, fantastic new hotel. Sorry guys, I have to wait my throat to recover from previous state. Reciprocate the love. She mimicked a jerking off motion at the attendant, then stared at Lou, stirring her to be offended. Okay, we already over this part. And just wait. Under the dress code section, the Sword and Cross website had cheerily maintained that as long as the students were on good behavior, they were free to dress as they pleased, with just two small stipulations. Style must be modest and color must be black. Some freedom. The two big mock turtleneck Lou's mom had forced on her this morning did not sing for her curves, and even her best feature was gone. Her thick black hair, which used to hang down to her waist, had been almost completely shorn off. The cabin fire had left her scalp sunk and her hairline patchy. Oh, sorry. So after the long, silent ride home from Dover, Mom had planted Luce in the bathtub, brought out Dad's electric razor, and wordlessly shaved her head. Over the summer, her hair had grown out a little, just enough so that her once invisible waves now hovered in awkward twist just below her ears. Only just so that her once invisible waves now hover in awkward twist just below her ear. What's wrong with my... Okay. Arian sets her up, tapping one finger against her pale lips. Perfect, she said, stepping forward to loop her arm through Luce's. I was just thinking I could really use the new slave. The door to the lobby swung open and invoked the tall kid with green eyes. He shook his head. Save me, said. He shook his head and said to Luce, "This place isn't afraid to do a strip search, so if you're picking any other hazards..." He raised an eyebrow and dumped a handful of unrecognizable in the box. What? Save yourself the trouble. Behind Luce, Arian laughed around her laughed under her breath. The boys had shut up, and when his eyes registered Arian, he opened his mouth and closed it, like he was unsure how to proceed. "Arian," he said evenly. "Kane?" She returned. "You know him?" "Luce, you know him?" Luce whispered, wondering whether there were the same kinds of cliques in reform schools as there were in prep schools like Dover. I wonder, is Dover or Dover? Wait, is Dover? Yeah, it's absolutely Dover. Don't remind me, Arian said. dragging Luz out the door into the grey and swampy morning. The back of the main building led out onto a chipped sidewalk, bordering a massive field. The grass was so overgrown it looked more like a vacant lot than a school commons. But a faded scoreboard and a small stack of wooden bleachers argued otherwise. Beyond the commons lay four silver-looking buildings: the cinder-block dormitory on the far left, a huge old ugly church on the far right, and two other expensive structures in the building in between that Luz imagined were the classrooms. This was it. Her whole world was reduced to the sorry sight before her eyes. Ariane immediately veered right off the path and led Luz to the field. Sitting her down on top of one of the waterlogged wooden bleachers. The corresponding setup at Dover has green Ivy League jockeying training, so Luz had always avoiding hanging out there. But this empty field, with its rusted goals, told a very different story. One that wasn't as easy for Luz to figure out. 3 turkey vultures swooped overhead, and a dismal wind whipped it through the bare branches of the oak trees. Luz ducked her chin down into her mock turtleneck. "So," Ariane said, "now you've met Randy." "I thought his name was Kane." "We're not talking about him," Ariane said quickly. "I mean she-man in there." Ariane jerked her head toward the office where they left the attendant in front of the TV. "What you think, dude or chick?" Chick," Luz said tentatively. Tentatively. "Is this a test?" Ariane cracked it a smile. The first of many, and you passed. At least, I think you passed. The gender of most of the faculty here is an ongoing school-wide debate. Don't worry, you'll get into it." Luz thought Ariane was making a joke, in which case, cool. But this was all such a huge change from Dover. At her old school, the green tie wearing pomaded future senators had practically oozed through the holes in the genteel hush that money seemed to lay over everything. More often than not, the other Dover kids gave Luz a "don't smudge the white Kids gave Luz a "don't smudge the white walls with your fingerprints" sideways glance. She tried to imagine Arian there, lazing on bleachers, making a loud, crowded joke in her peppery voice. Luz tried to imagine what Kelly might think of Arian, there being no one like her at Dover. "Okay, spill it," Arian ordered, plopping down on the top bleacher and motioning for Luz to join her. She said, What'd you do to get in here?" Arian's tone was playful. But suddenly Luz had to sit down. It was ridiculous, but she should have expected to get through her first day of school without the pest creeping out and rubbing her on her thin facet of calm. Of course, people here were going to want to know. She could feel the blood throbbing at her temples. It happens whenever she tried to think back, really think back to that night. She'll never stop feeling guilty about what happened to Trevor. But she also tried really hard not to get mired down in the shadows, which by now were the only things she could remember about the accident. Those dark, indefinable things that she could never tell anyone about. Scratch that. She started to tell Trevor about the peculiar presence she'd feel that night, about the twisting shapes hanging over their heads, threatening to mar their perfect evening. Of course, by then it was already too late. Trevor was gone. His body burned beyond recognition. I really need to know this word. I know it's recognition, something like that, but how to pronounce it? Recognition, okay. Beyond recognition. And Luz was she guilty? No one knew about the murky shapes she sometimes saw in the darkness. They'd always come to her. They'd come and gone for so long that Luz couldn't even remember the first time she'd seen them. But she could remember the first time she realized that the shadow didn't come for everyone, or actually anyone but her. When she was 7, her family had been on vacation in Hilton Head, and her parents had taken her on a boat trip. It was just about sunset when the shadow started rolling in over the water, and she turned to her father and said, "What do you do when they come, Dad? Why aren't you afraid of the monsters?" Wait, I want to try some little girl voice. What would you do when they come, Dad? What do you do when they come, Dad? Why aren't you afraid of the monsters? There were no monsters, her parents assured her, but Lu's repeated insistence on the presence of something wobbly and dark had gotten her several appointments with the family eye doctor. And Dark had gotten her several appointments with the family eye doctor, and glasses, and then appointments with her, and then appointments with the ear doctor after she made the mistake of describing the horse whooshing noise that the shadows sometimes made. And then therapy, and then more therapy, and finally the prescriptions for antipsychotic medication. But nothing ever made them go away. By the time she was 14, Luce refused to take her meds. That was when they found Dr. Sanford and the Dover School nearby. They flew to New Hampshire. I don't even know. Hampshire. I don't. Why? Hampshire? That was totally unexpected. New Hampshire. And her father drove their rental car up a long, curved driveway to a hilltop mansion called Shady Hollows. They planted Luce in front of a man in a lab coat and asked her if she still saw her visions. Her parents' palms were sweating as they gripped her hands, brows furrowed with the fear that there was something terribly wrong with their daughter. No one came out and said that if she didn't tell Dr. Sanford what they all wanted her to say, she might be seeing a whole lot more of Shady Hollows. When she lied and acted normal, she was allowed to enroll at Dover and only had to visit Dr. Sanford twice a month. Luce had been permitted to stop taking the horrible pills as soon as she started pretending she didn't see the shadows anymore. But she still had no control over when they might appear. All she knew was that the mental catalog of places where they'd come for her in the past, dense forests, murky waters, became the places she avoided at all cost. All she knew was that when the shadows came, they were usually accompanied by a cold chill under her skin, a sickening feeling unlike anything else. Luce startled one of the bleachers and gripped her temples between her thumbs and middle fingers. if she was going to make it through today, she had to push her past to the recesses of her mind. She couldn't stand probing the memory of that night by herself, so there was no way she could air all the gruesome details to some weird, maniacal stranger. Instead of answering, she watched Arian, who was laying back on the bleachers, sporting a pair of enormous black sunglasses that covered the better part of her face. It was hard to tell, but she must have been staring at Luz too, because after the second, she shot up from the bleachers and grinned. "Cut my hairs like yours," she said. "What?" Luz gasped. Your hair is beautiful." It was true. Arian had a long, thick locks let loose so desperately missed. Her loose black curls sparkles in the sunlight, giving off just a tinge of red. Luz tucked her hair behind her ears, even though it still wasn't long enough to do anything but flop back down in front of them. Beautiful schmooful, Arian said. "Yours is sexy, aged, and I want it." "Oh, okay," Luz said. Was that a compliment? She didn't know if she was supposed to be flattered or unnerved by the way Arian assumed they could have whatever she wanted, even if what she wanted belongs to someone else. Where are we going to get? Ta-da! Arian reached into her bag and pulled out a pink Swiss Army knife. Gaby has tossed it into the hazard box. "What?" she said, seeing What? she said, seeing Luz's reaction. "I always bring my sticky fingers on new student drop-off days. The idea alone gets me through the dog days of sword and cross interment. Summer camp. Okay. Days of sword and cross interment. Summer camp. You spend the whole summer here?" Luz winced. "Spoken like a true newbie. You're probably expecting a spring break." She tossed Luz the Swiss Army knife. "We don't get to leave this hellhole ever. We don't get to leave this hellhole ever. No cut." "What about the rats?" Luz asked, glancing around with the knife in her hand. There were bound to be cameras somewhere out here. Arian shook her head. "I refuse to associate with pansies. Can you handle it or not?" Wait, it sounds like some someone. Sorry. Let me try again. I refuse to I refuse to associate with pansies. Can you? Why? Why is my accent like that? I don't like it. That is not the accent I want to give Arian. I refuse to associate with pansies. Can you handle it or not? Luz nodded. And don't tell me you have never cut hair before. Arian grabbed the Swiss Army knife back from Luz, pulled out the scissor tool, and handed it back. Not another word until you tell me how fantastic I look. In the salon of her parents' bathtub, Lucy's mother had tucked the remains of her long hair into the messy ponytail before lopping the whole thing off. Lucy was sure there had to be a more strategic method of cutting hair, but as a lifelong haircut avoider, a chopped off pony was about all she knew. She gathered Arian's hair in her hands, wrapped an elastic band from her wrist around it, held the small scissors firmly, and began to hack. Sorry. Hold on a sec. Tea time. Oh no, I just realized something. Maybe chapter 1 is like there's what's that? Process information, process state information at the bottom of the website, and it says 7%, page 28 of 467. Location 354 of 5,140. Does that mean I still have hundreds of pages of chapter 1? It has been four hours. Sadness, save me, please. Oh my god. I should. Oh, sorry, I really needed that. I really need to stretch. Oh my. thought this would be easy. I thought this would be calm. I thought this would be soothing. I thought this would be perfect for something like sleeping stream. Before sleeping stream. Something you can watch before you sleep, like something like that. Yes. Can you feel my? Can you feel my frustration? My frustration is so the frustration energy is so strong, and it has a form right now. It is taking a physical form right now. Oh dear. I'm scared right now. I'm scared now, and I'm a demon kid here. I'm scared right now. What? No. There must be some way we can end this. There must be some place, not here. There must be a way. We don't have to end this right here. Let me find a more suitable end for this reading stream. Okay, let's go. The ponytail fell to her feet, and Ariane gasped and whipped around. She picked it up and held it to the sun. Lucy's heart constricted at the sight. She still agonized over her own lost hair, and all the other losses it symbolized. But Ariane just let a thin smile spread across her lips. She ran her fingers through the ponytail once, then dropped it into her bag. Awesome, she said. Keep going. Ariane Luz whispered before she could stop herself. Your neck, it's all scarred? Scarred? Ariane finished. You can say it. The skin on Ariane's neck, from the back of her left ear all the way down to her collarbone, was jagged and marbled and shiny. Luz's mind went to Trevor, to those awful pictures, even when her own parents wouldn't look at her after they saw them. She was having a hard time looking at Ariane's now. Ariane. What's up all that is? Sorry, I keep rambling. Ariane grabbed Luz's hand and pressed it to the skin. It was hot and cold at the same time. It was smooth and rough. I'm not afraid of it, Ariane said. Are you? No, Luz said, though she wished Ariane would take her hand away so Luz could taste take hers away too. Her stomach churned as she wondered whether this was how Trevor's skin would have felt. Are you afraid of who you really are, Luz? No, Luz said again quickly. It must be so obvious that she was lying. She closed her eyes. All she wanted from Sword and Cross was a fresh start. A place where people didn't look at her the way Arian was looking at her right now. At the school's gates that morning, her father had whispered the prince had whispered the Price family motto in her ear. Prices never crash. It had felt possible. But already Luz felt so run down and exposed. She tucked her hand down. She tucked her hand away. So how did it happen? She asked, looking down. Remember how I didn't press you when you clammed it up about what you did to get here? Arian asked, raising her eyebrows. Luz nodded. Arian gestured to a sisters. Touch it up. Touch it up in the back, okay? Make me look real pretty. Make me look like you. Even with the same exact cut, Arian would still only look like a very undernourished version of Luz. Well, Luz's attempt to even out the first haircut should ever given. Arian delved into the complexity of life at Sword and Cross. Last cell black over there is Augustine. It's where we have our so-called social event on Wednesday night. And all of our classes, she said, pointing at the building the color of yellow teeth, 2 buildings to the right of the dome. It looked like it had been designed by the same sadist who'd done Pauline. It was dismally square, dismally fortress-like, fortified by the same barbed wire and barred windows. An unnatural-looking gray mist clogged the walls like moss, making it impossible to see whether anyone was over there. Fair warning, Arian continued. You're going to hate the classes here. You wouldn't be human if you didn't. Why? What's so bad about them? Luz asked. Maybe Arian just didn't like school in general. With her black nails polished, black eyeliner, and a black bag that only seemed big enough to hold her new Swiss Army knife, she didn't exactly look bookish. The classes are soulless, Arian said. Worse, they'll strip you of your soul. Of the 80 kids in this place. I'll say we've only got about three remaining souls. She glanced up. Unspoken for... Anyway. That didn't sound promising. But Luz was hung up on another part of Arian's answer. Wait, there were only 80 kids in this whole school? This summer before she went to Dover, Luz had pored over the thick prospective student's handbook, memorizing all the statistics, but everything she'd learned so far about sword and curls had surprised her, making her realize that she was coming into reform school completely unprepared. Arian nodded, making Luz accidentally snip off a chunk of hair she'd mean to leave. Whoops. Hopefully Arian wouldn't notice. Or maybe she'd just think it was edgy. Ed classes. 10 kids a pop. You get to know everybody's crap pretty quickly, Arian said. And vice versa. I guess so, Luz agreed, biting off her lip. Arian was joking, but Luz wondered whether she'd be sitting here with that cool smirk in her pastel blue eyes if she knew the exact nature of Luz's backstory. The longer Luz could keep her past under wraps, the better off she'd be. And you'll want to steer clear of the hard cases. Hard cases? Hard casts? Like kids with the wristband tracking device, Arian said, about a third of the student body. And they're the ones who you don't want to mess with, trust me. Well, what they do? Luz asked. As much as Luz wanted to keep her own story a secret, she didn't like the way Arian was treating her like some sort of ingenuous Whatever those kids had done couldn't be much worse than what everyone told her she has done. Or could it? After all, she knew next to nothing about these people and this place. The possibilities stirred up a cold grey fear in the pit of her stomach. Oh, you know, Arian drawled it. Added and abetted terrorist acts. Chopped it up their parents and roasted them on a spit. She turned around to wink at Luz. Look. Shut up, Luz said. I'm serious. Those cycles are under much tighter restrictions than the rest of the screw-ups here. We call them the shackles. Luz laughed at Arian's dramatic tone. Your haircut's down, she said, running her hands through Arian's hair to fluff it up a little. It actually looked really cool. Sweet, Arian said. She turned to face Luz when she ran her fingers through her hair. The sleeves of her black sweater fell back on her forearms. Sweater fell back on her forearms, and Luz caught a glimpse of a black wristband dotted with rows of silver studs, and on the other wrist, another band that looked more mechanical. Arian caught her looking and raised her eyebrows devilishly. 'Told ya, she said. Total effing psychos. She grinned. Come on, I'll give you the rest of the tour. Luz didn't have much choice. She scrambled down the bleachers after Arian's, ducking. Arian. Why I keep adding S on her name. Arian. Arian. Ducking when one of the turkey vultures swooped dangerously low. Arian, who didn't seem to notice, pointed at a lynchation swathed church at the far right of the commons. Over here, you'll find our state-of-the-art gymnasium. Over here, you'll find a state-of-the-art gymnasium, she said, assuming a not so tour guide tone of voice. Tour guide tone of voice. Yes. To our trained eye, it looks like a church. It used to be. We're kind of in an architectural hand-me-down. Architectural hand-me-down. Hell here at Sword and Cross. A few years ago, some calisthenic crazed drink showed up, ranting about over-medicated teen ruining society. He donated a shit ton of money, so they'd convert it into a gym. Now the parts that think we can work our frustrations into a more nature and productive way. Luz groaned. She had always lost gym class. Girl after my very own heart, Arian commiserated. Coach Deante is evil. Coach Deante is evil. It's evil. Is that hot? It writes so. Evil. I just want to be funny. As Luz jogged to keep up, she took in the rest of the grounds. The Dover quad had been so well kept, all manicured and dotted with evenly spaced, carefully pruned trees Soaring course looked like it had been plopped down and abandoned in the middle of the swamp. Weeping willows dangled to the ground. Kudzu grew along the walls in the sheets, and every third step they took squished. And it wasn't just the way the place looked. Every humid breath Luz took stock in her lungs. Oh my god, how thick the air is! It must be very terrible. Just breathing at soaring crows made her feel like she was sinking into a quicksand. Apparently, the architects got in a huge standoff over how to retrofit the style of the old military academic buildings. The upshot is we ended up with half penitentiary penitentiary. Okay, fine. Screw it. I just gonna keep it that way. Half medieval torture zone, and no gardener, Aaron said, kicking some slime off her combat boots. Girls. Oh, and there's the cemetery. Luz followed Aaron's pointed finger to the far left side of the quad, just past the dormitory. An even thicker cloud of mist hung over the walled-off portion of land. It was bordered on three sides by a thick forest of oaks. She couldn't see into the cemetery, which seemed almost to sink below the surface of the ground, but she could smell the rot and hear the chorus of seaside. No, I still need. Wait, oh, this is... Okay, I hate you cicadas. Hear the cicadas. The chorus of cicadas buzzing in the trees. For a second, she thought she saw the dark swish of the shadows, but she blinked, and they were gone. That's a cemetery? Yep, this used to be a military academy, way back in the Civil War days. So that's where they buried all their dead. It's creepy as oh get out. And load, Arian said, peeling a fake southern accent. Wait, I didn't know the fake southern accent. It stink to high heaven. Then she winked, and she winked at Luz. We hang out there a lot. Luz looked at Arian to see if she was kidding. Luz looked at Arian to see if she was kidding. Arian just shrugged. Okay, it was only once, and it was only after a really big Firmapalooza. No, that was a word Luz recognized. Aha! Arian laughed. I just saw a light go on up there, so somebody's home. Well, Luz, my dear, you may have gone to boarding school parties, but you've never seen a throwdown like reform school kids do it. What's it? Ow! 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 I just hate my toes. What the hell? But you never throw down like a reform school kids do it. What's the difference? Luz asked, trying to skirt the fact that she'd never actually been to a big party to act over. You'll see. Arian paused and turned to Luz. You come over tonight and hang out, okay? She surprised Luz by taking her hand. Promise? But I thought you said I should stay away from the hard case. Luz joked. Rule number 2. Don't listen to me. Arian laughed, shaking her head. I'm certifiably in what? I really hate me. I really hate to interrupt myself like that. I really hate me for interrupting myself like that. Is there any describe word for that? For describe a person like that to for people who hate themselves to interrupt them all the time. Okay. Certifiably. I gotta learn some pronounce rules. You help me, I guess. I'm certifiably insane. She started jogging again, and Luz trailed after her. Wait, what was the rule number 1? Keep up. Okay, we're going to end right here. Okay? Highlight. Okay, we're going to end right here. And the rest of it, we're going to find some time to do later in the future. Aw, thanks Wolfie. Thanks for staying here for a solid 4.5 hours with me. I really hope I can bring some more qualified content for you guys. I hope I can do it better and better in the foreseeable future, and thanks for supporting me. I'm very grateful. I'm so. Thank you. So, bye. We'll see you next time. I'll be. What's the next stream? Am I going to? Whatever. I'm going to. Whatever. I'm going to. Modify the schedule a little bit anyway. So, yeah. Goodbye. I'll see you next time. Bye bye.